Hello. Alright, let's get started, baby. It's just gonna be like a 4-hour stream today. No big deal, nothing big. We're definitely gonna get to the trial, that's for sure. But let me do something real quick. Like. Okay, well, that didn't work. Alright. Boom, boom. 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 Okay. Boom. Boom. And then... Awesome! Alright. It's hot as fuck in this room, bro. I'm gonna turn on the air real quick. And then we'll get started. There we go. Okay, let us begin. Oh wait, it's super low because I was playing Danganronpa yesterday. I forgot where I had it at. I'll leave it at 17 for now. Continue. Also, for the final achievement we need to do escapades. We need to do all 8 of these. So that's gonna be an entire stream in itself, probably. I already know how long those take, but continue. Start playing from this save game data. Yeah. That's cool. Alright. So it's pretty sure it's this, like finish this and then trial. We might not finish the trial today, which is fine. I just want to make some progress today. That's it. I'd rather do something rather than nothing. Gosh, she's so hot. Alright. The significance of the two... Alright. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's fine if you want to sell your art. It's chill. It's cool. A lot of people do that. I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive dance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Okay, public notice, huh? So she looked in this direction. Was she looking at the portly man? I'm trying to see what else to interact with other than the public notice and the portly man. Because there's no arrows, so... Okay, I guess him. It seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all, just not alive and kicking. And he's not a waxworker or model of a mass murderer. I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him. I don't think the man's up for sale. Well, anyway, it was a city place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. What's this whole deal? What's this all about, man? I don't know what's going on. I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. Interesting. Okay, what does the public notice say, at least? Waxwork for sale? Would anyone really buy models of mass murderers? You would be surprised. There is a market for almost everything. I think I'd rather have 200 pounds in my pocket. Exactly. You could buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. That's what I'd spend it on. That's what I'd spend it on if I had it, no question. Oh, I'd buy all the herbs in the world. There must be another explanation for the money. We need to keep looking. So it's not portly man. It's not public notice. Dude, what am I supposed to look at? Can I, like... Oh, I can use... Oh, okay. I couldn't, like... I had to use the arrow keys. I completely forgot. Okay, note on the wall. My fault. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Okay, so it's obviously this, right? Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madam Tussbells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for a safe return is 200 pounds. Oh, so someone took the wax statue. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Yeah, that's concerning.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. Ah! 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Oh shit, I haven't been recording this entire thing. Oops. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? Do you think that's the guy that stole it? Did he knock him out? Is that... What? Is he the guy that was coming in to collect the money? Like, what was his... Who is he? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. Well, it's not like you hit him upside the head. Maybe he was taken aback by how beautiful you are. Oh my god, you're so pretty. The cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Doubt? So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. I mean, I also like her process of just waiting. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tusbos trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Okay, what dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Awesome, awesome. What the fuck is this? This is just Madame Tusbos's right hand, isn't it? It's a completely different skin tone. Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean, it's made of wax? Yes, I mean, what, did you think she had, like, an extra live hand on her? Well, it wouldn't be a live hand, but, like, from a corpse? Yeah, I guess that, right? He looked behind her, and then he was like, oh, what the fuck? And then fainted. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand. Yeah, you wouldn't have known that without Iris, you son of a bitch, taking her deduction. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Yeah, whose though? Who does this belong to? Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. Oh. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Oh, he's an idiot. Got it. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch off a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. That's fair, that's fair. No, I understand. I get it. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Gotcha. How do we get it back? Is this some... Okay, this is gonna be important in the case, right? Because, like, double body double? That's the term. Body double or something? Maybe. I'm not sure, man. I don't know anymore. The question that arises, I don't even know where this case begins. I need to get through the first part of the trial, at least to have at least some idea of what the hell happened. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Oh god. Sorry. It's not the game. It's just I woke up like 20 minutes ago. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. That's really cool. I wonder if they still do that today. Not with the neckerchief, but with something else. I guess through the radios, but still. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tusbaugh's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Okay. I see. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well, that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. Bingo! Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. I mean, never say never. Well, no. Even with the diseases that are available, I don't think there's one that can be described as boneless. But isn't there one that makes your bones like super weak? I guess that's the closest you can get. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in this special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particular unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! Yeah, the price tag. A killer policeman called Automole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and Mr. Gary Dub's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Automole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. That's a good idea. Price tag. Anything else? Ah! That man is alive and well. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep though. He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean it must be a twitch? Never mind that. The point is waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. Thanks, Iris. And look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Yeah, I guess that. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madam Tuspels. Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing the price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Miss Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Okay, so my guess is body double. It was used as the body double to commit the murder. I don't know how. I don't even know where to begin with this murder, of how, like, the process of them doing it. I don't get it. I don't understand. Lots of pieces in this puzzle. But that has to mean something, right? That seems very Ace Attorney. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. I mean, it's crazy how confident these people are with touching things that aren't yours. That's weird. Especially things belonging to a business. Especially in a museum. That's crazy. People are crazy. Anyway. I love you, by the way. Have I said that? Oh, God, I love her. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I have no doubt he will gain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is a waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted. I like this theme. Is this Tuspel's theme? Is this supposed to be her, or is this supposed to be like the museum theme? I guess it could go hand in hand, since it is Tuspel's museum. Yes, tragically it was. Now I will ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Cool. Alright, so stolen waxwork. What's up with that? Please explain. Who is it even of? I want to know, like, who this waxwork is. Is it very conveniently of the guy that was murdered? If so, definitely body double. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other. I would say, the Professor. Who that? Who is that? Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? So 10 years ago? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? I don't want to ask, but why did he get the title the professor? What was he professing? When he was he like giving them a physics lesson before he killed his victims? I'd like to think that's the case rather than anything more gruesome than that. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Beric von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. Well then, things just got a tad spicy. What? Surely he's not saying. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life? As you surmised, it was the professor case. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. I'm interested. I am seated. I am seated. Oh, God, I can't wait to stream again tomorrow. Who is this professor, then? If you remember, the pawnbroker password in case 5 was also professor. Oh, shit. I did not remember. Oh, shit. I am seated. I am seated. Oh, my God. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. Dude, ooh, when Ace Attorney has you by the neck, dude. Ooh, if it's the best thing ever. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. I have not felt this way about an Ace Attorney game since Trials and Tribulations. Like, I enjoyed 1, I enjoyed 2. Great Ace Attorney 1 was alright. Because, you know, 1-3 and 1-5 exist. Those were good cases. But damn, dude, this overarching plot that's happening in this game, ooh, I love it. Ooh, I love it so much. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I like it. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. No, of course. He happens to be absent at present, on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Von Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Aristocracy, yeah, that's how you say it. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Yeah, how did he get away with it? Was he, like, among them? Was he also part of that nobility? Members of the... Wait, of course, yeah, because Von Zieks has royal blood in him or something. Did he go after Von Zieks, or did he go after Von Zieks' new? Like a family member? Like, what went on? What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Von Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh, gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Von Zieks. Ooh, who the fuck is Clint? So, okay, so it was a family member. Got it. What? I don't know anything about Clint. Like, what do you say here? I'm more curious now. Okay, so Beric was happy-go-lucky. Then this happened to Clint. Clint died? Question mark. Or did? Okay, with the way they worded it, I don't know. Did he die, or did he like the professor? Did the professor catch him, and then him catching him led to the professor's arrest? But did he kill Clint before he got arrested? We'll see. I need to continue. I don't believe it. Von Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder. Oh, no, he died. Alright, cool. Yeah, that sucks for Barrick, huh? In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barrick pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, look, man. Depending on how close you were to your brother, which I'm assuming pretty close if you have this reaction. Yeah, it can change you. I had no idea Lord Von Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. How interesting. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Hey, bro, isn't she like 28? Ryunosuke, come on. Or 26, 28, around there? Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, oh, is this not Tuspo? This isn't Tuspo. Oh, shit! I am seated! I'm so seated!
It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barrick.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Assman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Easter man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barrick, are you really...
What?
Never mind.
Ooh, I think I like Hairbrain a lot. I think I do.
I know that I have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barrick.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. I like Hairbrain. I do. I wasn't expecting to like him as much as I do, but I think I do like him a lot. And we have a lot to look forward with him, too. Given that we're not even close to finishing this episode yet. He's one of my favorite defendants. I can see why. There's a lot of potential there. Even from what I've seen, I can understand why. Basically, just because of how involved in the case he is. I don't know, like, he's only in the cell for now, right? But it feels like there's a lot more going on with him, given his connection to Barrick and all that. I don't know. We'll see. And now the whole thing with the professor, does Hairbrain know anything about the... No, because he was out of the country. He was in Germany during that time. So he wouldn't know. He told us everything he does know. But I would like to hear his reaction to learning that information. Because I'm assuming we're going to reveal in court eventually. I don't know. I like Hairbrain though. He's cool. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last... 6 months? Since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Oh, reminder! Diamond. Reminder. Download. Do your pre-download for Zelda Zone Zero. Make sure you have 110 gigabytes of free space. Admittedly, the game is only 50 I say only 50 gigabytes, but it apparently needs 60 extra gigabytes for the unzipping process, which is wild, by the way. That's crazy. But just make sure you have enough space, I suppose. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. But I'm sure, if you've been on Twitter, I'm sure you've known that already.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Good morning. Oh, good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I love how he's willing to admit he is, he killed Asman. I think he's just quite interesting. Yeah, that is true. He is one of the very few killers that he's like, yeah, I take I did kill him, but it was not on purpose. Like, he admits that it was an accident. Like, you know, like, he's not, like, shimmying away from the fact that his machine did kill him, but he is saying it's an accident. I don't know, it's a unique thing with a defendant. No, it doesn't really happen often.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
My PC has like 500 gigabytes to spare. Oh, shit, you're fine then. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
Obviously he didn't, but he believes he did. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we all know that he didn't kill Asmund. I think that's pretty obvious. But him thinking that he did, but still like adamantly saying that it's an accident, I didn't mean to. It's kind of respectable, not gonna lie. Like, he's not shimmying away from the fact that he thinks he did kill him, but I don't know. It's different. It's different, and I like it. I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes. Well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Honestly, Hairbrain, we might not be able to avoid that. We might have to reveal the way it works, man. I'm sorry in advance. I mean, I don't even know how it works, but like, once we figure that out, that's like a trial part 3, part 4 situation, so. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case. Who's this? Ah. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That was very mean, Bruno, leaving me alone
at home with Hurley. How dare you? Oh, the horror.
It took me at least an hour to wake him up. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes?
Why does everyone react to you like that? Well, how infamous are you, man? Indeed, sir, I'm he. Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits even while sleeping in Germany.
Ah, yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. How much money do you make? Genuinely. Like, your stories are worldwide at this rate. Like,
this month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Is that the same thing? No, that was a speckled band. Oh, okay. I thought that was the title for a second. Please stop reminding me. 1-2 peak. 1-2 peak. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. He's world famous. Ryu is one of the few who doesn't give a fuck. You know, since we have Ryu's point of view every time, I kind of forget that Sholmes is in fact world famous. You're right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I have urgent business at Madame Tussauds. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Okay.
Ooh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say.
Oh yes, quite definitely. Absolutely, I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, ooh, why, thank you.
Someone has a crush. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too. Why do you call him that? And I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? So why did he say it was getting disassembled? Clearly he saw something, and that's why he deemed it a success. But what is the equivalent of getting disassembled? How could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? It's pretty self-explanatory, Ryunosuke. That is what will solve the case. Or that what will solve the current trial, at least. And then trial part 2 will focus on something else. In the second half, at least. Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
Adieu.
Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. Alright, thanks. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. What the fu- But I need someone. I can't be alone. I need help.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Hello, nuts. Hello. We're on our way.
Susato, I need you. I can't not have someone here.
An experiment that the laws of science can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle we have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Okay. Who is the 5th juror? That's a new character, right?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain.
Should I be watching this? Haven't finished the second Ace Attorney game. I mean, it's not gonna spoil the second Ace Attorney game, if that's what you're concerned about. But if you plan on playing the great Ace Attorney games, then I recommend not watching. It's very spoiler heavy where we are right now.
I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Susato. I'm without Susato today. It's very lonely. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odi Asman.
Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zieks.
I want to know who the other lawyers, like the defense lawyers are. Because I've only ever seen Ryunosuke, but like, clearly Barrick Von Zieks goes like against other defense lawyers, so I want to see. I mean, I doubt we'll ever see, but it'd be interesting.
But the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to the extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
If If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution, but the fact remains that Mr. Asmon's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain.
Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people.
I doubt that.
Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
Oh no, he's new! Oh, maybe it was random, who knows. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. She's new! God damn, hey. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. You're new! Everyone's new! Holy shit! Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Oh my god, new people! Let's go, man! Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. Damn. This is just a child. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Oh, and this guy! Wakey wakey. Oh, there you go. Oh, he has a gun. Wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. The budget came in with these jury. Yeah, it looks like it. That's really cool. Oh my god. That's the police killer Otomo lookalike again. And he's like, as exhausted as ever, it seems. Well, given what they go through, don't they have like an really intense schedule? Where it's like, you have to wake up at X time, patrol, like walk so-and-so miles, and then repeat that. And so, like, they have a lot to do. I do not blame this man for being sleep deprived. Especially with what looks like he's middle-aged. Like, he's not even middle-aged. He's way older than that, from the looks of it.
Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the signs being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Von Zieks.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of science's latest developments, I take it? The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord!
A lot of words I don't know about. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. AKA, you kill someone by doing this, but you know, I mean, someone did die, so.
Is such a thing even with the realms of possibility?
Because every time I hear of transportation, I never hear in a way where you like, maybe it is common, I'm not too sure, but me personally, I've never heard it described as disassembling a person and then reassembling them in the other location. That's crazy. That's wild. That is some sci-fi jargon there. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. God, you're so... Jesus Christ. This is something people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. I get it, shocking. It's funny. The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny.
Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Okay, well, get off your high horse, mister. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What?
What rot? Order! Order!
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmon's life. in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Thank you, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Oh, I thought that was a question. Oops. Nah, that just sounded weird. Gladly, my lord. It's time. He's locking in. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. This makes sense, yeah. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Doesn't he have the "nah, I'd win" face? Like, you just give him a little smirk and he'd be like, "Nah, I'd win." Sorry. It's the brain rot again. That's the brain rot talking.
Albert Harebrain's scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion.
Well, that part wasn't supposed to happen, to be fair.
But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked.
Noah Edwin, dude, that Ace. If Ace Attorney ever makes a character like that, oh my god, I would love it forever. Please, I need Noah Edwin to exist, please. Please, that sounds amazing. But the science was a success.
The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration, my hypothesis, was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This is new. Why is there only blood here? Crossbow, maybe? They shot the screwdriver, shing, and then the screwdriver fell into the machine, and then the machine blew up, and then this guy got sent flying into the crystal tower, and then that's how it worked. Yep, I think. That's my current theory. This was taken inside. Oh wait,
This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it? The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less.
That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it.
oh wait, was that? Oh, that was Gregson. Oh, that wasn't Harebrain. Oops.
I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence.
A photograph of print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been banned to the Crystal Tower. Or banned? Where did I get that word from? Beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest.
As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. It was a man who was financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself.
I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine, my poor splendid machine.
You saw yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage, the wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and a malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor.
Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think? Did you look at the stab wound in the chest of in the photo? Like, what? Hello? Thank you. Renosuke, come on, keep up.
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment had been a front for murder.
Okay. A front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Okay, so someone was in a hot air balloon. And then they were like, okay, you know, they licked their finger, and then they tested the wind, be like, yeah, not a lot of wind is blowing. Got it. Understood. Awesome. Okay, so aim the crossbow. Awesome. Shoot. I don't know how the fuck they were able to shoot that so well to the point where it hit his heart exactly. But anyway, where the arrow went, I have no idea. My guess is still the screwdriver, but like, would that really work? No. Maybe. I don't really know. But yeah, my guess is hot air balloon, crossbow, shoot, guy died, boom, a big explosion, and then he was sent flying to Crystal Tower. That's all I have to work with right now.
An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim has been stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that.
You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No, no, and no! That could be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
This is why you have people sign contracts. This is exactly why it has to be legally binding, because if someone is stupid enough to test this, and they die because of it, it's not on you.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. The request is granted, counsel.
The autopsy reported the victim, Mr. Aspen. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Okay. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Aspen was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. We literally just started the case, guys. Calm down. Hard to think otherwise, really.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Oh. Here we go. I do want to check the new evidence, though. Okay, this makes sense because he was found at the Crystal Tower. Okay. Not really much to go off of here. Name Odi Yasmin, age 47, nationality British. Time of death 21st October around 2:20. Coroner Courtney Sith. Courtney Scythe. Is that important? I never knew we got a name. I never even noticed that. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by sharp implement. A broken vertebrae, or vertebra, most likely resulting from an impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. Huh. Okay. Oops. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all, that was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, the fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest that could have been... okay. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow is the only one who could have done it. I think it's just pressing, right? I'm gonna start from the beginning.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height?
Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum-buzz business.
What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success.
After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere mid-air.
So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? Okay.
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely, the calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got a drawing, didn't you? Yes, that's right, that's the point. The calculation is so complicated even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. Yeah, you're not very confident. Until you're right, then you're really confident.
I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, and so I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Eisman was wearing at the time, I suppose.
Ah. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3!
So much for safety first, the 3 must be for safety third. Okay.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I had to spell it out, spell this out, but here we go.
Uh oh, need a sneeze, hold on. There we go.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it?
2 right.
Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well.
But you're saying that's not the case?
Go get your answer once I finish my fish and chips if you don't keep butting in every few seconds.
But we all know that's a bottomless bag. He does have a lot of fish and chips. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death.
Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? Hold it!
Maybe I do present evidence. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. The screwdriver! So is this blood? Is this blood? I never got to investigate it, so but I assume this is blood. This. Oh yes, it would appear to be...
Aha! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew? Of course.
Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all of my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead.
Uh-huh. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. Okay, so, maybe they did use the crossbow with the screwdriver. I forgot that there was blood on it. No.
And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrews fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What?
Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
Professor Harebrain's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew, there are traces of blood on the tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. Okay. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon? Great. Your life is never easy, Ryunosuke. Okay. Oh, Andrew because there's an A. Oh, that's cute. Okay, well, let's inspect it, I guess. This is blood, Mr. Asman's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Okay. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. A metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine. It has a very distinctive handle. Okay. I guess that's that. And maybe because Andrew... Oh, and Screw... Oh, you're right, yeah. You know, the more we dissect it, the more of a clever name it is. Okay, so I'm just gonna press this.
Hold it!
I might just have to present evidence, but... What grounds do you have for saying that?
Huh, do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right, I saw him with my own eyes.
Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
Hot air balloon. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim. Ah, there it is. There it is. Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor.
Ah, sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis. Sorry, I major in science, not English, to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
I was gonna stab the victim, eh? I don't know, but... There's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say.
Huh? Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you see, if I plunge something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no, a blood-swimming pool.
I mean, he has a point.
But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have been, a swimming pool, seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. He's doing your job for you.
Order! Order!
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Is that how you pronounce it? Adducing? Adducing? Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barrick, but I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. Okay, so what I was going to say before I continued before I continue what they were saying is that it doesn't necessarily have to be a bloodbath, right? Like, didn't we mention in the previous case? In 2-2? I'm pretty sure 2-2. Where it's, no, 2-1. It was 2-1, where the knife served as, like, a plug. So that's why there wasn't blood everywhere or something? Wouldn't the same thing just happen here? We're kind of screwed at that point. Like, I don't... Uh-oh. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. They're gonna bring it up, gotcha. Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this? Well, if Susato were here, she could help us, but no. Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, and... Oh, jeez. Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. I'm gonna save, dog. I'm gonna save. Because at this point, I might have to, present something. It was left in the body, but... No, it wasn't, though.
Objection!
Because it was found in the machine. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, now you come to mention it, yes.
Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravene the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? There has to be a way to shorten that, right?
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest. So far, so good.
Order, order! How do you explain this, Inspector?
Well, I don't.
Looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. Ha 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 ha, get it? My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Von Zieks is stumped. Ooh, is that harebrained? It is.
Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I know it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
He might screw me here. Get it? Screw. Anyway. About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? Okay, don't be ashamed. That was a good one. Thanks. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Oh, he complimented him. Oh. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. Dude, I'm literally trying to help you here. Like, actually.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
Oh, God. The inconsistency explained.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data on my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asma was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Press everything. By everything, I mean the things that interest me the most. And then, when I'm stumped, then I press the rest. I think I only consistently press everything at the beginning of the trial. So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, at the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. Why is he Harebrain? You're really fucking with me here, man. My great hypothesis holds, you see. Oh, by the way, it is thundering like a motherfucker here. It's been raining very consistently, so if you hear noise, that's probably it.
We had to make the cage use to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain?
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all.
You can go to jail and figure that out, man. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. I remember getting subbed at this part and feeling like such a moron after I got it. What, this one, the inconsistency explained? Uh-oh. That means I'm gonna get stuck too. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data on my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Maybe I pressed that. In other words, the point just raised by Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asma was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. I have a duty to protect the incredible machine. I'm gonna press the second statement.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then.
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see.
Sorry, the birdcage? The thing that Asma was in, man.
Yes, that's what I call the sea obtusa cage in which Mr. Asma was placed for the kinesis.
The jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
Well, what about his glasses? Are his glasses made of metal? Or his monocle? No, his glasses. Well, the ultimate conclusion, then.
is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict the fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah, indeed, sir.
Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Okay. Let me look at the picture again. I mean, it really depends if this... Oh, no, it is his glasses. Never mind. It is a monocle. Wouldn't his glasses be... Is he just not wearing anything metal? Because if he's... It wouldn't... I feel like this would be gone, no? Looks like it's made of gold. Gold's a metal, right? I'm gonna ride that line of reasoning. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have saved. But okay, so I'm gonna save right here. I might have to reload because it might be the wrong statement, but
Objection.
okay, cool. Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Diamond, I can see why you didn't get it at first. I get it. I just happened to get lucky because I wasn't thinking of a lot of things, but this is one of the things I was thinking of. You can clearly see that Mr. Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not... metal? No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place.
My hypothesis! My hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Order, order, order. Counsel, what is the implication of this?
If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on a stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society.
Yes, juror number 4, go ahead.
As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? Wait, Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. And believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I would like to know that too, by the way. They're really fucking with me there. Like, I genuinely want to know who decided, hey, we're gonna make this, and if someone murders, then we're just gonna make their life so much harder. It's so annoying. Please, just let me live. I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Oh, I hate when this game asks me this stuff, bro, because I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna save again. Do I raise an objection? Because that is wrong. I mean, what the what the professor is saying, but screw it, whatever. Raise an objection.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Music stopped. Did it work? He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Oh, true. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? Here an order of magnitude, out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Oh, you could live handsome on that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Well, that literally happened last trial, so... Well, not last trial, because it was a flashback, but still.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection! No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Ah, Barrack!
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused.
Ah, Barrack.
What did you expect him to say?
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Von Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. Here we go. Is it Gina? Is Gina one of them? New witnesses? Who would be? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Special seats? Ooh. Oh, like... Oh, are special seats as in hot air balloon? Eyewitnesses. Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no posti... What? What? Posti... Okay, no. We gotta do this every stream. A topper is a small hair system or hair piece that clips into your own hair to give your hair more fullness and coverage. Yeah. Hold on. There you go.
Postish.
Okay, well that's a robot saying it, but they're saying postish.
Postiche.
Postiche. I would say that. Postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess for now. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. Oh, is part one of the trial over already? As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Wow, yeah, that is part one done already. Wow, we kind of mowed through that. Not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed. Alright. Let us continue.
Mr. Naruhodo? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes at it from the start. Maybe it's not that great, man. I don't know. If me, as a non-scientist, I'm able to pick holes at it as often as I do, kind of on you. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not a murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end.
But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But I just run through some equations. Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh. Oh, no!
Are you just not realizing the situation you're in?
You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject, what about Barrack? He's being awful.
He literally told you what was going to happen. Like, he literally told you this was going to happen. We told you it was going to happen.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
Oh, wait. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. I like the song that was playing there. What's it called? Can I double check something with you?
Yes? What?
The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved?
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
Alright, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. Here we go. Trial Part 2. Oh, God. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Interesting. I wonder who the witnesses are.
Let me see, let me see.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Von Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people, Gina. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Did Gina say detective? No, it ended in tragedy. The demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time. The accused.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh, it isn't Gina. Oh, never mind. Oh, it is Gina, never mind. Detective! Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Ooh, look at that. Like a little hot air balloon. Oh, I like the aesthetic going on here. Why is this child hurt, exactly?
My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage. My name is Wilhelm Gotthreich Sigmundsson Ormstein. I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich.
Thanks, man.
Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina. Again. What? Gina's great, dude. Leave her alone. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? Oh, I completely forgot about that. And she clearly loved every minute of it. She's so happy. Good for her. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. He is very rich. I am very rich. I fucking love that kid. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. So you say there were 3 balloons, 2 were from the witnesses. I'm assuming this man was not in a balloon. He was just like selling it to people. Maybe he was. I don't know.
You make it sound like they were in the clouds, but it was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Oh my god, it starts with the kid. Hell yeah. The view from 60 feet up. Oh, never mind. It was an incident. What the fuck? It was a terrible incident. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from a mist of smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. I am very rich. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Balthazar Loon. Oh, it means balloon. Makes sense. Goats' name is from Sherlock Holmes' books. Oh, okay. A most extraordinary collective amount, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. Yeah, we should focus on that part, huh? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. Okay, but there were 3 though! There were 3 though! Wait. Ah. I see. Someone, dude, what the fuck, man? Ace Attorney's kind of ridiculous. What the fuck? Someone just yoinked an extra hot air balloon. They're like, meh, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill the rich man. And then takes a crossbow, shoots the fucking screwdriver, and fucking stabs him, and then somehow transports the body over here, crashes into this crystal tower. He's like, aha! All according to plan! Mwahaha! And then he makes his getaway in the hot air balloon. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What? Alright, like... That's even if, like, they're going according to plan. Dude, I hope, dude, it's so funny if this is all according to whoever killed him. Like, if this is all according to their plan, that's amazing. I love that. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying the other passengers as well, to be clear. Oh. Well then, alright. Then as power was applied to the... Wait, no, not so... Yeah, okay, wait, what's this again? And I'm showing the relative positions of the Crystal Tower and Professor Harriman... Who gave us this again? Experiment sketch? Okay, so yeah, there is an extra one, dude. So what... That's clearly important, right? Then as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later... The second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Okay. The bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion. Clearly an explosion at this balloon that's not in the experiment sketch for a reason, right?
subsequently to plummet down into the Crystal Tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing.
God damn the way you talk.
So I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money.
I need him in the 4th case. I need him in every case from now on.
Precisely. Who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Ja, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that? He even has freckles, look at him.
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Ja, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until their arrival at the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. I think you should keep the mask on just to keep a certain doctor away. The view from 60 feet up. It was a terrible incident. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Okay. That's interesting though, because we couldn't find a 3rd balloon. There was an explosion near the 3rd balloon. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna press this. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yep. And amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything. Because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into the cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it appeared. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right at my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing, nothing there before.
Yeah, let's pursue that. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, Jesus, you should always use their full name.
Ah, yes. What was it again?
Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address him at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloon, that is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said in it. One minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Here's his daily reminder to, or not really his daily, but his every 5-minute reminder to remind us at rapport. Just before the second explosion happened, oh, he didn't say anything, happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? You what? I never saw nothing like that.
Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed.
Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. Well, you know, she's proud of that. Dude, he was born into it. He was born into that. That's not a bragging right. She worked for this shit, though. She's working hard for this shit. That's a bragging right. Get it right, Ryunosuke. Gina, you keep living your life. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the skies that exploded. It was a green balloon that was not that was next to ours at the time.
How many balloons are there going to be in the ceiling when the trial ends? My guess is like around 20? Maybe, yeah, 20-ish. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Okay, I'm gonna save right here. Dun, 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 dun.
Objection.
Okay, yeah, I figured. But it was, I was very curious, so. Or maybe I still press it, maybe. Oh, wait, piece of green cloth.
Objection.
Never mind. Okay, well, okay, now that I'm done, like, super duper guessing, I'm just gonna say the correct answer. Which is, press that. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am sure. I am proud of Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored.
Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Is he Spanish? Is he Italian? What is he? He's probably Italian. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Might die.
I will have the army come and shoot all of your super balloons out of the sky, all of them! What the fuck?
Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loom? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. Surely I present evidence to this kid's statement, right? It's not this, it's not this. We don't really have a lot. It was not the sky that exposed a green balloon, and it was not the green cloth. Well, do I inspect the green cloth? I already inspected it. It's so weird that we don't use the green cloth here, man. Wouldn't this, like, that's so weird. I mean, I guess, actually, yes, yeah. Oh, well, no, we have to make a contradiction. It's not this either. How very interesting indeed. How very interesting. Okay, well, I guess I keep pressing something else.
Hold it!
I suppose. I guess that's like a red herring, maybe? Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw it after I hit the tower. Ah, fuck, I don't care for his voice. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, my precious balloons were still there. I saw it, though. I saw it slam into the tower, after all. I'm a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so nothing on that. I pressed that, and that's what made him respond, and that's when I changed the statement. Dude, actually? There's like nothing? That's so weird. Wow. Okay, well, I guess I'll press this. I don't know. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Use your head, Odo. How could it be me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that one because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Okay, so, dude, the prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Do I actually use the crossbow? The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
Objection!
I figured, man. I figured. I'm just gonna take the hit here, it doesn't matter. Dude, like, is it a press everything? Do I press the first guy?
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. Oh, dude, he is Italian, got it. They're very popular, signora. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Rose have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old work I did for Majesty's Police Guard, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. C. And the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Okay. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps you can hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, I can put you in there, my lord. Dude, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. Why would it be the autopsy report? What the hell, man? Oh, I'm so confused. Yeah, this part I'm stuck on for sure. This is so weird, man. I don't know.
Objection!
Is this even the right statement I got? Why wouldn't it be, though? What did I present this?
Objection!
Okay. Oh my god. Is this actually important? It can't be the statement then, right?
Objection.
Okay, I'm officially stuck. I'm officially stuck. Because I can't see it being any other statement, and none of the evidence I have is working. Uh-huh. And it's not this?
Objection.
No, it's not. Dude, what the fuck? I genuinely have no idea. I presented everything. Unless there's something new here. No. It's all the same. Okay. Yeah, it's all the same. So is this. Yeah, you can't really inspect this. It doesn't, like, unscrew. Oh my god. I'm looking it up. I don't know. I'm officially stuck. I am officially stuck. In other games, you had statements added to recontextualize other statements. I did? Okay, there's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second another bang in the sky beside us. What about... Okay, the cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went in near it after it crashed into the tower. I still don't get it. I still don't get it. It would have to be the two statements after this guy, right? I don't know. I'm actually stuck. I don't know. No one went near it? Dude. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. We're on trial part 2. Wait. Oh, wait, this is new. Wait, hold on. What do I do? Press statement 5. Wait, no, this isn't... Oh, it's this. Oops. Present the green cloth on statement 1? What? On statement 1? Oh, that's fair. Man.
Objection.
I feel like an idiot. Whatever. God God damn it, that's annoying. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosion, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be... see, a part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is a large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it when you are in the sky. I mean, yeah. Just as I had thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. I did it without any help. Any help at all. It was all me. I did it. Ha ha! Seems to me. Okay, cool. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. I mean, maybe it wasn't your balloon. Right? Maybe someone else may have taken a balloon from somewhere else and then just made their way over here. I don't know, man. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. You're suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthasar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. It's important, Zeeks. It's important.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Okay. As I said, Balthasar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. Okay, so it wasn't your balloons. Or the green one wasn't yours. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The cop is at the yard work and it was probably some debris from the thrown from the explosion on the stage. The stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay, so yeah, not his. So your assertion is that the balloon the child saw was not one belonging to you? See, exactly. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. Have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. Are we having international affairs in the courtroom? If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. It will all out war. Oh, but of course. What happened to all out war? He really wants a balloon, man. Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Oh my god. Hold on, let me stretch. There we go.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Okay.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiot? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? But there's a reason for that. Anyway, that must be Italian for I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive that lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas is not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, then show me proof. Alright. So, Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been a recreational balloon fights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. What? One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. That's a thing that people have done in here? Like, why? Do they also use crossbows to shoot each other down? You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? See, exactly, as the singer says, it is not one of my balloons. Here this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken by what he saw. There it is. Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmason Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Ja, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. Okay, dude, how many balloons? If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say sooner? I have the photograph here. What? Good gracious. What? Well, he's a kid, so I'm gonna assume he doesn't know better, but... I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, of the balloon. And then, in the instantaneous kinesis experiment, did you take a picture of that? Ja, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boarding experiments. Never mind that, can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Yep, that is, Wait, there's a lot to deduce from that picture. Can we examine it? Well, I see you are too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the super person who made the camera. Wah! Wah! Cries in Bohemian. And there's one very Bohemian sounding cry. Wah! Wah! Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. A photograph taken by Gotts while he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green. Oh my god. Why am I yawning so much? And exploded moments after he took this shot. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and the hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I cannot give the flying fig. I'm telling you, man, Acer Train would benefit so much with like one F-bomb, just one. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay. Well, first off, I want to see this. Okay, so... So he took the picture, and there was a balloon here. Is something shooting up at it? It looks like it, like right here. I don't think it would be shaped like that. Well, first of all, there's no one here, so I think something is shooting up at it. I guess this is the crossbow. Someone shot the crossbow up at it. That's a... Oh, and it's not that high above the ground either. Someone can shoot the cross... Yeah. And then they left it at the tree, and then... Yeah, okay, so someone was here. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so what am I trying to prove here? As I said, Balthasar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. Yeah, that's... Well, it could be all three of his balloons, yeah, but... I'm just gonna present it here. Just because I see no one here, and that's just my assumption.
Objection!
Okay, cool. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh my goodness, you're right! Well, surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Nyet, I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See! The competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice, because of the experiment that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after, and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
We are literally not. We haven't even done an examination proclamation. What's it called again? Summation examination. There we go. We haven't even done that yet. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. This photograph from Master Guns may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
The cause of the explosion.
We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to be to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear that what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes? Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? Is everyone here stupid? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. Okay, look, I'll be honest, like, even if you don't know that's a crossbow, like, it's kind of insane, like, how stupid one person can be, right? I'm just gonna say it's, due to the times. Yeah, they don't know any better. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow. Like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
You are yet to meet the red mole moment in another game? Uh-oh. Are people even, like, dumber in that game? I'm assuming, like, what, investigations? This was found hidden, or, no, I have yet to play, like, the next trilogy, so it might just be in the trilogy. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil instead of light could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No!
I like how he has a green balloon. Like, he has the blue balloons with the red stripes, right? But he also has a green balloon with green stripes.
Order, order, Council. This is an extraordinary superstition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would cause a real panic. Well, with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what?
My goodness me!
Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? How does that work? No shot. It's the wax work, dude. There's no way. It was the wax work, man. The wax work plays like a whole thing in this, doesn't it? It must. It must. Because, like, how else do you explain any of this? We'll see.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. No shot, you say? Yeah, there was clearly a shot. Yeah. Wax theory stocks are up. No, they are, man. They are. Like, how else? I mean, it really depends, like, who the wax model is of, right? Like, yes, we know it's of the professor, but, like, what does the professor look like, you know? I don't know that. We're bound to find out, but still. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage... This is ridiculous, by the way. That the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground. How'd they make the flaming arrow exactly? Like, what? Like, did they just have oil on them and they just lit that, or I'm sure they answer that eventually too. Causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you would agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief!
Okay, so... So, which one was the wax model then? Was it the one that was getting... No, because we saw... It was being broadcasted. So... That doesn't make sense, man. Like, he was being broadcasted, he got into the machine, he was alive, there's no way he was a wax model there. But then he got to the second... But then that was... He was bloody, that's a corpse where the crystal tower is. So... We can't have two real people if one of them is a wax model. Like, what the hell happened? Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Oh, man. We'll see.
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment.
So logically, the one with the hairbrain needs to be a wax. But we saw him move at the beginning of the episode. That's the thing. I don't know what's going on anymore. Oh, man.
It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
True! Thanks, Simon. Really appreciate that. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
Magic. If I may put in a word, as a matter speaking of, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3.
All that will be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to affront the show is a body double. So wait, are there 3? Did they use a wax model, a body double, and the actual person? Was my bottle double theory right at the beginning? I just didn't think of a fucking wax model, dude? Like, what the hell? There were 3? Oh my god. Yes, of course. So in fact, unless he's trying to refer to the wax work as the body double, so therefore there's only 2. But what if there is 3? I don't know. Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the 4 winds when it exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all a part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Oh. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Von Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. I swear to God, Harebrained. I swear to God. I knew it.
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained?
I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman.
Okay, are you just trying to hide the secrets of your machine? Like, what are you doing here?
Yes, it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
Okay, so you do realize that, like, you still have to pay me, right? What? What are you doing?
Order, order, order. Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick and all an elaborate prank. But where's your proof?
I'm getting. Can I speak? Can I speak?
No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it
Dude, okay, I don't get this. Like, he clearly cares about the hypothesis and like the whole machine thing and everything, right? I get that. I get it. But it means fuck all if you get sent to jail. Or worse, yeah, you get the death penalty. Like, work with me here, man. Is it really? I guess it's worth it enough to be sent to jail, but like, you're not really gonna have the opportunity to experiment with anything. Okay, clearly he's in distress. He's not really thinking things through. I get it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor.
Barrick,
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Oh my god.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
Fuck, do I actually have to choose? What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. That's impossible, man! Like, we can't. We can't find out the truth if we don't investigate it. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold the client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Mr. Naruhodo,
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Well, if there's any time to save, it's right now. I don't know. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. No. It's what can I protect? Is it... Oh, yo! Let's go! Sasato! I need you! Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Hello, Susato, hello! Susato! But, what are you? Hey-ya! My first Susato takedown in 6 months? There will be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out what I have to give up on. But what I can protect. I got this. Let me cook, Susato. Professor Harebrained.
Yes?
Yesterday you told me that science is a pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you?
that your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Someone will pick that up. So you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer.
Ah!
Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barbaric.
Lord Von Zieks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
Oh, yeah, you didn't bring this up before. Why, exactly?
I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What? He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Hazma introduced him to me a year ago.
And you brought him up now.
He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Okay, what's the pun name here?
Enoch? Drebber?
Okay, so they know him.
Does this man mean...
Is he the professor? Quote unquote?
Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered.
Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? Oh, it's a home story. Oh, it's from the books. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm afraid that this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. Magicians are in need of money. I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. And that's Enoch Drebber for you. Are we gonna meet him in this part of the trial, or we're just gonna wait? Or do we need to investigate more? Like, I'm assuming the trial isn't over yet, right? Not this part, at least. Or is it? It could be.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at that prospect.
Dude, what is this song? Oh my god, it's good. It's so sad. It makes me sad. Very good. I like it a lot. Dude, the OST in this game is fantastic. Never fails to impress me.
So you really had no idea then, did you?
About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently. English is hard. Acquiring the research grant money. I understand that bohemian kid. I get it. English is annoying.
When I announced my invention at the Crowns that day, it was the finest moment in my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Damn. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? I'm just going to call it the Act from now on.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
Welp. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Trial Part 2 over! Lord Von Zieks, and we only got stuck one time. Honestly, better than usual. My lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man, if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense? Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Let's go! Alright, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna put the be right back screen. I'm gonna... Oh, no, never mind. I'm gonna wait till the to be continued. But I'm gonna put the be right back screen because I want to go to the bathroom. I want to eat something. Blah, 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 blah. But I do want to finish this section first.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry!
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally, the machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. I don't think we'll be able to finish the investigation today, but I do want to see what Drebber looks like. I mean, hopefully we get to that point.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
Okay, you just showed up out of nowhere. Thank you for that, though. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I want to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Reno, so it'll be a surprise. Thanks. And it was pretty high, I'm not gonna lie. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip with the horses so she didn't miss the whole trial. Hey, she helped me when I really needed her to, so... I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh, having got my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, are the bailiffs, like, incapable of stopping people from entering the courtroom without permission, or...? Because it's not the first time it's happened. Like, literally last trial, Sholmes was like, hey, I'm here now. Like, so, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. But it was a surprise? You're right, they didn't even know. Not even the bailiffs. Actually, no, what if she told the bailiffs, like, shh, it's supposed to be a surprise. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you can come on through. I prefer that. The lore answer is that they absolutely can't. Ah, fair enough. They're incapable. Their power level is too low. So what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
I'm happy Susato is back. Let's go, Susato! Susato was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel all the time, but despite my elation, or at the time, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. That's what I meant. They wanted to give a happy shock. What's a murder trial? Exactly. Just add a little bit more, you know, spice into the murder trial by having an unexpected person show up. Investigation part 2. Okay, so it's part 2 and then, oops, yeah, let's not look at that. It's part 2 and then 3, 4. Got it. Okay, so let's look at this. At the beginning of investigation part 2, you'll be in Arhodo's legal consultancy. Simply inspect the shovel in your office again. Gotcha. And since we're gonna have a Susato again, that'll be a conversation between the two of them. And then after that, after talking to Susato and Iris at the beginning of investigation part 2, move to Sholmes' suite and inspect the blackboard to finally finish your Herlockian achievement. Let's go. Okay, so I will be right back. Okay, let's continue. Oh, God. Hold on. I also brought coffee with me, so there's that. Alright, back. I'm not gonna lie, we're gonna make it farther today than I thought. Like, we already got through 3 sections. Well, technically. Last Great Ace Attorney stream. We got through the majority of the investigation there. But technically, we finished 3 sections in today's streams. In today's stream. The investigation and then both parts of the trial. Which is not too shabby. I thought we were gonna end it in the trial, so that's pretty good. In this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram he received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I'm surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, he's clearly hiding something too, and you know that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very good conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. That's what's happening here! The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. That's gonna be important later, isn't it? The symposium or whatever? After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention about you-know-who, about Cosmo. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Oh, shit. Oh, my God! Okay. Okay, anyway, examine. The shovel/spade. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel! No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. I wonder how that's gonna end, because isn't this 6 out of 7? Or, no. Oh, never mind. Wait, no. No, it's 6 out of 8. Huh. After talking to Suzuto... it ends in episode 4. Oh, okay. You'll be in, simply expect... Okay, cool. After talking to Suzuto and Iris at the beginning... Okay, cool. So we have to finish this. Aye, aye. Damn. Lots of conversations here. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, how amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. She looked good, man. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. You would be surprised. I feel like it would fool the judge. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Suzuto. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba had summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seemed Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Okay, so Sholmes knows about it. Mikotoba knows about it. I'm assuming Mr. Berg von Zieks knows about it. Kazuma must have known about it. So many people are in the know about everything. While I'm just here like, dude, can someone explain what the hell is going on? Please. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. There's a very meaningful look Susanoo's giving Iris there. Okay. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigation authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo. As here, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Yes, the dude from the very first trial. You know. That terrible trial of yours, where when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. But it's the boy. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. It won't actually arrive next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. That's crazy. That is true though, he blanked out for like 90% of it. How trying for you. Good riddance, by the way. Fuck Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, which we will not mention right now because that is Iris's father. Yes, Giselle Brett, that's the name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry. Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Interesting. How very interesting. Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. A. Shin? What? She was a hallucination? Oh my god, the first trial never happened! Holy shit! Yo, who in Ace Attorney has illusion powers? Oh my god, Aizen makes a cameo? Bankai. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Dude, 2-4 and 2-5 are gonna be insane. Like, what's going to happen during that? And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Hey Shin, who on earth was she? Juror number 3 is that is true. And whoever the murderer is also like a magician slash engineer. You think they're in cahoots? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Have you? A Shin? Have I? I don't remember. A Shin? What? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate.
Oh, Asian!
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that guy never made it to England.
That he died on. Oh, never mind. It's a reference to Cosma. It was Cosma! Ooh! I forgot about that.
And that who never.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Cosmo. Thank you. Someone with sense. Thank you, Susato. I love you for that. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. But his body was never found. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. Darka, I apologize. I would like to issue a formal apology. You are not the murderer I deemed you to be. And Cosma is not the idiot I deemed him to be. It was all an elaborate ruse. We blamed that Russian girl and sent her to jail. Possibly. As a ruse. We blamed her as a ruse. What did happen to that Russian girl, by the way? I forget. I remember one of you saying that she's mentioned in this game, but like we haven't come across that yet, so. Asian is a name we heard in a certain place. I don't remember. Oh my god. I wonder. Oh, bro, I don't remember at all. Oh god, I wonder where. It just disappeared. What? Cosmo's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Cosma isn't there. In a government telegram? So it was in 1-5? She is one of the 4 people. Oh, wait, who are the 4 people? I forget, man. I forget. Who were the 4 people? I don't remember. Oh, man, I'm thinking. Oh, I don't remember at all. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? John Wilson, yeah. Kazuma Asogi, yeah. Tobias Gregson, Tobias, yeah, and her. What the hell went on? And now Giselle, or A-Shin is dead. John Wilson, dead. Kazuma thought to be dead. Tobias very much alive. Tobias is the mastermind. I have solved the Great Ace Attorney 2. He is behind all of this. It would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Dude. Oh my god, Great Ace Attorney 2 is going to be one of probably my favorite Ace Attorney game. If they execute this whole Kazuma thing well. Like, I pray they do. But oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, dude. I know. Oh, Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney 3. And I'm gonna love this game. Oh my god. It's gonna be so hard to choose. Like, when someone asks you, what's your favorite? I don't know. It's either between this one or this one. We'll see. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Oh my god. It might be this one, bro. It might be this one, I'm not gonna lie. It's a very consistent plotline going on. I love it. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burial were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? How else could he have all those fish and chips? That man is a fucking wit. That is true! You're kind of spitting. Gregson, do you have an unlimited supply of money, aka fish and chips? I mean, it would make sense. Maybe he's blackmailing the government. And that's why and in exchange for keeping secrets, he's like, I want all the fish and chips, like literally all of it. I think that's every British person's dream. There's an unlimited supply of fish and chips. I like to believe so. Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just think, dude, if I hear the samurai with a mission theme play when Kazuma comes back, I am going to lose my mind. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, have you guys ever thought that it was a wax double? Oh shit! Ever think about that? What if Miss Tuspels was part of this entire scheme, and then she was like, "Okay, I'll make a wax double of Kazuma," and then she did, and then she was on the ship, and that we didn't even know it, and then she was like, "Here's the wax double. Have fun with this." Maybe. When Kazuma was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. You cooked with the Cosmo wax theory. It's possible. Do you think she gave him a broken wax neck? Yes! Yes! She is capable of doing that. She is very talented. So if Cosmo hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. Or Sholmes lied to us. Or Sholmes just lied to us. I think the wax theory is more plausible. I would like to believe that. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. There's so many reasons, actually. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out to not be true, oh, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Yeah, don't talk to me about despair after yesterday. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea that the thought it deserves. It's Susato we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Thank you, Naruhodo. I guess that's that. Present, maybe? Surely it's presenting something, right? About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought, then. Once you've helped Professor Hairbrain out of his terrible situation, we should all explore it together. I hope we have the time. Before 1-4 swoops in, and then immediately after we prove Hairbrain was innocent, boom, Cosmo's like, ah, here I am now, and I killed someone. Please defend me. Your luck might not stretch that far. Wait, what'd she say before with Lord Von Zeeks? Oops. And of course we must invite the professor's good friend, Lord Von Zeeks, as well. Yeah, maybe that won't happen. Surely I present something, right? Or do I examine something? Is there something here? Oh, Iris. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it the Hound of the Baskervilles. Didn't we mentioned this in the previous game, right? But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. Yeah, okay. It's the one in the vault area thing. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, what happened in that story? You knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Dude, the setup for the first game is going to have so much payoff. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! Oh! I'm only sorry if I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. Oh, shit! A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
I need more Mikotoba lore.
Father, did you look at the papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
What happened? Dude, I am halfway through this game. What happened? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. Oh no. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. Dude, can I just appreciate, like, Susato actually has, like, some sense? Because it feels like no other Ace Attorney character, like, goes out of their way to be like, hey, what's up with this? Hey, what's up with that? Like, as soon as they're curious about it, too. She's an anomaly, but she really shouldn't be. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. That was sweet. Okay, so we know the answer to that. We don't know, like, what it pertains to, but we know how Susato knows now. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already. Abreast, Miss Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective, Gina! Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know when you, let me know later. Jeez, I had a brain fart there. How you got on, won't you? Cool. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Okay, so let's move to... Sholmes' suite, yes. And then the blackboard. And then we should unlock it. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if only you would have read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. The Herlockian for having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. Let's go. How many people got that? It's considered rare, 5%. Yeah, not a lot. I feel like you have to go out of your way to get all of this. Unless, like, you're a really, like, I guess, explorative Ace Attorney fan, where you want to interact with literally everything all the time. Whenever you can. I guess that, I guess there are certain people like that. I opened up the wrong thing. Okay, Herlockian. I did this. Okay, so the top rung, after inspecting the blackboard, move straight to Madame Tussbell's and inspect the same stepladder you did earlier with Iris to finish this achievement. Okay. Aye aye, Capitan. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you, oh, I had a spaz there. Makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but this place looks nice, though. It's not scary. It's more so interesting, if anything. There's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Well, I guess it really depends on how lifelike these figures look, though. Because like, it might be, ooh, there's a murderer right there, but like, they're not real. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Yeah, and the person's no longer there, by the way. The portly man. And then there's a stepladder there. Look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Get it? Stepladder? Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? For having wrung your hands through every debate about ladders. Wait, what does it say fully? And step ladders. There we go. Alright. So, dude, we're not missing a lot. Missing 8 more. Not too shabby. Upon entering Madame Tussbell's special exhibit, you will see a wax figure with a shovel to inspect. You have to click on the shovel again when inspecting the figure in order to trigger the progress. Okay. So we can't check it out now. Got it. Unless I can. Like right here. Yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's Madame Tussbell's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Paying more money as if we haven't been scared enough already? It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. And don't take it out on her, buddy. Alright, let's go. Where should we go? In here. Let's go here. Or maybe we go to the prison? Oh wait, no, who's this? Is this the person? Who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Isn't this the person that, Hairbrain described? Like, white hair or something? The young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand? And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Von Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. You always seem to be screwing over the British government every time you step into court. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Hello. Dude, 2 legal hot women? Holy shit. This case has everything. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Ooh! 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 Oh, the coroner! The coroner! We actually get to see the coroner? Oh, shit! That's cool. Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Oh, he's a busy man. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt to the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Okay, so 1-5 villain? Or 2-5 villain? Sorry, I keep saying 1-5. 2-5 villain? Anyone? This guy? This guy. Come on, like, he's gotta be important in some way. There's no way he just vibes here the entire 2 games. Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. Say Zero Escape instead? Ah, yes, because all roads lead back to Zero Escape. There's no escaping it, unfortunately. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. He did just say he was going to round up all the criminals and send them to hell. He did say that, But you know, it's part of the time. Like, it was normal sending everyone to the guillotine these days, you know? I mean, like, you robbed someone, let's chop your head off. Like, that's a normal reaction. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctualness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners. What a name! What, out of all the names, that's the name. Alright, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Sith knows, or is it Scythe? It's Scythe, right? Like a scythe. Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? Would make sense, because like she's a coroner. Death, Scythe, get it? Anyway, I got my degree from the Sinner Hospital. Dude, like, am I the only one weirded out by that name? Sinners, they're all hiding something, possibly hiding sins. I don't know, man. It's sus as hell. Scythe is right. Let's go. She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotobo was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I live from like... What's with the 6s in this game? Like, we got 16, we got 6 years, we got 6 months. 6 days? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? I think it's just an oxymoron pun since it reads as Saint Sinners. Yeah, that makes sense. But, you know, I want to overanalyze it just a little bit because it is weird. It is weird that Mikotoba, the guy that's hiding everything, just happened to go there, you know? But we also don't know a lot about Dr. Scythe yet, so maybe she's hiding something, maybe she isn't, and maybe it's just a coincidence. Who knows? Clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Von Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Barrick had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that whenever Barrick Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Kind of like an apprentice, no? Sorry. Just a comment, just a passing comment. Oh my word. So, Lord Von Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. So... Are Clint and Cosmo the same dude? Like... Cause like... Ryunosuke mentioned, like, oh, it feels like we met him before, so that means Kazuma, but also, well, it could just be anyone that we met before that is currently alive, but like, it would make sense that that's Kazuma, but also, he's with Barrick, and they just mentioned this whole thing about the ghost of his brother. It's weird, man. That's weird. There's a connection there. Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Check Barrick's age real quick and then remember Cosmo's like 21. Okay. Oh, older brother. Yeah. Shit. Okay, well, I still think this is Cosmo. Is he just like... Did Cosmo also look up to his... Okay. Did Cosmo also look up to his older brother? And... because Cosmo was pissed that his older brother died, Cosmo decided to be like, you know what, Barrick, you take on, without Barrick knowing, of course, Barrick, you take on those people, I will kill them. I will slice them up with this sweet, sweet katana, baby. Shing, 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 shing. That I no longer have. But, I wonder. Okay, so that's my guess. I think he looked up to him for some reason. I think whatever his name is, Keith Klein, Mr. K, Mr. Von Zieks. He looked up to Mr. Von Zieks. Somehow, some way. Maybe during his time, maybe older Von Zieks came to Japan one day. Was the professor Japanese, and that's why Barrack is racist? I don't know. Within a few hours, Dr. Site's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Aye, aye. How interesting, dude. This game is really spicing things up. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so we're gonna go to... Okay, well, I want to go to the experimentation stage first. And then we'll go to the forensics lab. Oh my... Who was that? It was a little pupper! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Miss Naruhodo. It helps sometimes. Especially when you're giving lectures. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, I thought it was gonna be Gina. Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Alright, get over here, Gina. Look, dude, she is having the best time with this dog. Look at the dog, look! She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. Aww, I love Gregson, dude. I love Gregson and Gina. I love them both so much. Oh my god. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. What? No! No! You're not allowed. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. But who else is gonna eat fish and chips? What? I need some. Do you have like a son? Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Huh, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France is an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. Greg's son. Oh shit. That's a knee slapper right there. I'm intending to take this kid with me when I go. No, you're not allowed. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? But no, Gina. I'm happy for her, but fuck. No! At least do it at the end of the game. At least do that during 2-5, please. I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. Aww. He's so protective of her. That's so sweet. Oi, did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Right, well. Any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you're the boss. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now. Fuck yeah. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Oh my god, this is adorable! This is the best thing ever! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh my god, I love this game! This case is peak S-tier case. S-tier case. What a good case. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. I love Toby. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. I love Toby! Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh? It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed up near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special dispensation. The act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something. The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, but to be truthful with you, we're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. Well, we do. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not so sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Huh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never get he'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Do they have like an endless supply of fish and chips in France? Or will he be taking his supply of fish and chips with him? I need to know the answer. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Alright, today's trial. It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, I know it's made things hard for me every single time and all. You're welcome, by the way. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is it's a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The papercone just creates him as the only Strongheart wills it. Oh, okay. So it is magic. Yo, Beto would be proud. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Same. He screws me over, man. Like, literally all the time. It's annoying. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. He's fine. His stomach has built immunity. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scowling Reaper who's... Oh, alright, Barrack. What's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. The blood-red plonk. Oh, I love that word. Plonk. Oh, that's amazing. I hope the British say that. I do. That's so funny. Lord Von Zeeks? He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always counting about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. Would you rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yards dead set on finding this fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to the Drebber at all. Okay, what about the dog? Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? No, his name is Toby. Get it right. He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how do they put it? Look at him! Look at him! Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I'm giving him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. Oh, I love them. I love them. I love them so much. No. Hold on. Please. Is there merch? Is there merch of Gina? I need merch of Gina. Please. I need Gina merch. You don't understand. Where? I don't care. I don't care about any of these fuckers. Give me Gina. Fuck. Please. No, you don't have Gina. What the fuck, man? No. Oh, come on. Work with me here. There's a Gina pin. But these, oh, 6, 7, oh, that must be cheaply made. No, I'm trying to look for something like more hardy than that, if that makes sense. Wait. Gina with Toby. I'm bookmarking this. I am bookmarking that. Absolutely I am. What else? Is this... no, this is from the Apollo trilogy. What about this? Are these stickers? I don't want stickers though. Wait, wooden charms. Wooden charms? Oh! And Gina! And it's Tobias Gregson! Holy shit, yes! Holy shit, yes! Bookmark all of this. All of it. Okay, do they happen to have one of Gina? No, okay, it's only the quadruple. It's only the quartet. Oh, these look really cool though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, these look really sick. Especially the Miles one. Humph. Humph. I'll bookmark this just because I really like it. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's a, oh! Oh! I like these. I like these too. I really do. Bookmark. I think that's it. They're gay, Your Honor. What is this? What is this? Yo, all two of his fans are popping off. Oh my god. I think I'm getting a little bit too distracted. Whoa. Whoa. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Oh, what? What? No. And then Godot's right there. Oh, this looks really sick. I'm not surprised it costs this much at all. Yeah, no, at all. This is really detailed. Look at that, dude. It's so detailed. I will bookmark this. I'm not buying it anytime soon, but I just want to keep this in mind. Dude, it looks so well made. That's actually incredible. Wow. Anyway. Let's continue. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? Well, yeah, that's a thing. Is that not, like, normal during this time? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. Oh, I guess it's more recent during this time period. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Nice. Ryunosuke. Ha, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said. look at Once Toby's got a good whiff of your drawers. You could chase that scent on the other, to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? Wait, oh, hold on. You mean, oh, he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders out of slot, not the other way around. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. Look at Toby! Look at him! I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. What? There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Dude. Oh, look. Oh, that's so fitting. He's a rescue. Just like her. Well, that's a bad way to describe Gina, but like, she was rescued from the slums. And she prevented the dog from having the same fate. But that's so sweet. That's so sweet. I love that. I love that so much. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. That's so... Oh, I love that so much, man. That's so nice. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Nothing new at a glance. Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right, or rather it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that... Oh shit. Lord Von Zeeks? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Suto? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Alright. Let's talk. We don't have a lot of time left, but I do want to get as much of the investigation done as possible. I say that as I was just like scrolling through merch. Ugh, least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord Von Zeeks? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind, state your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. You're so right. Your brother, Clint. Oh, it's Clint. Okay. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Von Zeeks. You Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? What if the professor is Dr. Mikotoba? I'm joking. But like, Dr. Mikotoba's Japanese. He could be called a professor. I don't know. It was your dad all along, Susto. He's the villain. That's why he's hiding all this information. Right? I'm cooking. Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? Whatever you say. Dude, it's him for sure! Trust me. As it happens, Lord Von Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspa's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, actually. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Uh-oh! Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Dude, I need to see this wax work, please. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but,
We very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Thank you, Susato. Wow, Susato really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Aw, fuck, he's hot! Aw, man! Aw, god damn it. Now it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Tie the hair up and God almighty. What? Oh, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. It's the guy from my profile picture? Why him? Of all people. Is he that good? I don't know. He must be. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Von Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. A photograph print of the engineer Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Oh no, I said it as that like years ago and I haven't changed it. It goes hard. Oh, fair enough. No reason, it just looks badass. Oh shit! Ah, the final requester for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Von Zeeks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato can see it too. Kazuma. Lord Von Zeeks? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? No. Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? Oh my god. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. There's no... Oh, dude, there's no way. There's no way. It's real Nosuke versus Kazuma. There's no way. Oh, this game is peak fiction. This game is so good. This might be the best Ace Attorney game ever. Holy shit, dog. Holy shit. The payoff, the setup from the first game really is paying off, dog. It really is paying off, man. Remember how I said 1-2 gets a bit better in retrospect? It's still really bad, but it did get slightly better. I will agree, it did get slightly better. Thank you, Cosmo isn't dead! Cosmo's not dead! Let's go! The man appears to be suffering from amnesia.
Okay, I don't know if I like that or not, but I don't care. Kazuma's alive. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he would appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma. Wow. And I think that's a good place to stop. Oh god. I did say it was going to be 4 hours today, so... And we reached 4 hours, so not too bad. Not too shabby. So tomorrow we will finish this. We'll probably finish the trial. We'll probably finish the episode tomorrow. And then start episode 4. Which should be pretty good. And... Let me see. I got this, so I'm on this. Oh, so I'm on the last thing for episode 3. I see. Upon entering Madame Tuspa's special exhibit, so I just have to keep that in mind. Gotcha. Alright. Well, if you're watching the VOD, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and I'll catch you guys later. Very good game, dude. I am so... Ooh. I want to continue. I really do, but... Damn. I guess that'll be left for tomorrow. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye!